All right, I'm going to rant today about vitamin A and D dangers. And I'm not kidding. There is an epidemic going on in the world, and people don't even have a clue. I'm going to show you a post on Twitter by The Power of Ozone is the account. It's Paula Zewitsky. Sorry, I apologize about your last name if I got it wrong. Top reasons why I think vitamin A poisoning, VAP, is now the #1 health problem. Liver biopsies show that vitamin A poisoning is widespread. 2, up to 75% of the population take vitamin A above recommended daily allowance. 3, vitamin A accumulates in the liver. 4, top 10 killers can be explained through vitamin A poisoning. And this is her tweet from May 1st, 2023. Just 41 views. I hope you'll follow her on Twitter and help get this message out. And Hoodie the cat is in my lap. Say hi, Hoodie. Say hi in the camera. Say hi. Oh, I'm not even sure I am on the camera. Hang on. I might still have this thing. Okay, we're sharing that. All right. So, welcome to another edition of Joe Baker's Remedy Report, a show about bringing harmony to the world through economic innovations, health tips, increased awareness. I'm your host, Joseph William Baker. My registered service mark is my name, and that's pretty cool. I suggest everybody in the United States gets their name registered with the U.S. Trademark and Patent Office. Probably with assistance, it might cost you about $500 and take a little over a year to accomplish. But it's a way to take control of the legal fiction character that the government is always trying to merge you with. So, well, the cat is on my lap. What am I going to do now? He's just loving being here. Cool beans. Well, this is another week. We've had the solar, the sun. Let's see. There's a storm on the sun. They call it a sunspot. Make a geomagnetic storm, and it sure enough, it released a flare. At least it wasn't an X class. It was an M class. M is just below X. So we've had some disturbances, mostly in communications. But I'm coming through to you guys okay, loud and clear. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can you hear me now? Very good. So, a rant about vitamin A. Vitamin A, and I'm still learning more and more about this. I'm not, chemistry is probably one of my weaker sciences. In high school, I loved physics, but I skipped chemistry, and because the physics part was more interesting to me. Now I wish I'd gotten it. I wish I'd dug into it. Well, with that said, vitamin A and its molecular forms, the similar forms to it, I think they call isomers. And these are things that have pretty much the same molecular structure with some some variances to them. Um, you have retinol, and you have retinoic acid. You have retinol esters. Retinol itself is an alcohol. You have, children consuming vegetables, getting a form of alcohol poisoning in their livers. And it doesn't show up right away. Well, it does show up. And here's how it shows up. And I've thought back through my life about all the times when I've noticed strange rashes on the back of my hand or my knuckles. And I've noticed little bumps on the sides of my fingers. And just all the little nuances on my elbows. I had, bumps and itchiness and all this. These are the first kind of tinglings of something that could break out into maybe like eczema or psoriasis. And these kind of skin flares not only happen on the outside of your body, they happen on the inside of the skin of your body, like in your colon, your intestines, right? Because your skin is kind of a continuum in your body of places inside and out. And the inside of your lungs, like thinking about it from the vasculature side, if you're pouring the output of your toxic liver, which is bile, and it's getting obstructed from its normal path to go down the intestines, it might turn to nausea, where it's being pushed back up into the stomach. And then from the nausea sensation, that bile's in your stomach, so then it's absorbing into the walls of the stomach and getting to your bloodstream. Toxic bile is not supposed to be in your bloodstream. And retinol from your vitamin A consumption when you eat something, your resting rate of retinol in your bloodstream can spike like 20 times as high just on consuming something that has vitamin A in it. And in the research, they talk about this, and they note how fast the liver sequesters that down. I mean, it's only moments when it spikes up really fast from consuming the stuff, and then it shoots way down. So it's even difficult to raise those levels in the bloodstream and sustain them, because the liver is always sweeping this stuff up. But imagine just how harmful even that spike is to your organs, to your tissues, as the blood flows around the body until it gets captured by the liver and filtered out. It does a lot of damage. And the liver itself can back up into the bloodstream somehow. And we'll talk about that in the show. There's things that trigger your liver to expel toxic bile. And your body is your liver is the sanitation system of your body, in a sense, and it's going to take a lot of debris that it finds in the blood and filter it out, and then it's going to put that back in with the food as it goes out of the stomach into the small intestine. I can't stress upon this information. This knowledge needs to be known. It needs to become more widespread. It needs to be that children start to understand their digestion process. And um, we we need to develop innovations that help the body respond to toxic bile dumps that are being absorbed into the bloodstream, um, and that are going about the body. We're talking about things like mental function are affected, so leading to Alzheimer's, dementia, ADD, um, autism, and uh, neurological defects. All this kind of stuff are happening. It's it's not so much a genetic type of thing. The 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 similarities that they find in genetics are more because of the similar diets. That is one of the things that Grant Genereux, author of Coming Out of the Fires of Hell, his book, and a free ebook that you can download from ggenereau.blog. Don't ask me how to spell it. Um, I can give it a best approximation. I think I'm going to play a tuning fork a little bit today, just in the background. Why not? I had a really nice conversation with a physical therapist today. I tagged along for an appointment, and it was really nice. I think that was really profound what Paula said. I'm going to put it back on the screen here again. Top reasons why I think vitamin A poisoning is now the number one health problem. Liver biopsies show that vitamin A poisoning is widespread. Up to 75% of the population take vitamin A above the recommended daily allowance. Vitamin A accumulates in the liver. Top 10 killers can be explained through vitamin A poisoning. She corrected that down below. Let's see what else she's got going on her Twitter feed. Once you understand that the government is not there to protect you, but to protect and shield special interest groups from competition, then everything starts falling into place. The most stunning medical quote ever made by a Harvard professor. Dr. Herbert Lay, former commissioner of the U.S. FDA. The FDA protects the big drug companies and is subsequently rewarded and using the government's police powers. They attack those who threaten the big drug companies. The thing that bugs me is that people think that the FDA is protecting them. It isn't. What the FDA is doing and what the public thinks it is doing are different as night and day. Wow. Dr. Herbert Lay, former commissioner of the US FDA. I have to be a little concerned here. I'm not going to go full tilt on this show because I am broadcasting on YouTube. The YouTube, the people who censor and are basically advocating a system of speech that plays into, I can't say it. I can't say it. So here, we'll continue reading. The power of ozone. Itchiness after drinking coffee could be an indication for blocked bile flow called cholestasis. Coffee stimulates bile flow. If this overwhelms the bile ducts because they are constricted, it will result in bile being pushed into the blood and out of the skin, causing itch. And she highlights this thing with coffee, but coffee is a problem with me. I get really flushed and itchy and just doesn't feel like it's working for me anymore. This sucks. This by far will be the hardest addiction to break up, worse than sugar, gluten, pot, or alcohol. So there you go. Itching and flushed from drinking coffee. Interesting. I notice my ears get flushed every now and then, and this could be related to bile flow. Oh, let's see. Here we go. Here's another quote she has. Our studies demonstrate that excess vitamin A dietary intake promotes heart valve calcification in vivo. Heart disease is in the top 100 or top 10 killers. The U.S. has been fortifying foods with vitamin A for 40 plus years. Is there a connection? And a link to a PubMed article from the National Institute of Health, where the title of the article says increased dietary intake of vitamin A promotes aortic valve calcification in vivo. Vitamin A and D from supplements, not the sun, promote calcifications in your body. Those are the two vitamins widely used in government food fortification programs. They do not have your best interests at heart. And then we go to this this thing here. Let's take a look at the thread. This is Dr. Garrett Smith of Nutrition Detective, handle NutriDetect on Twitter here. I wonder if there's a way I can share this so it's bigger on the screen. Vitamin D3 causes calcification of soft tissues. And then he's got this page here. He says, hey, did you know vitamin A has been shown to calcify heart valves? Well, let's look at his first link, because he always shares the links that prove the point that he's making. Hypercalcemia and metastatic calcification. Let's see, a journal article from the Cardiovascular Research. There it is. It says, I grew up in Edinburgh. Let me change this to a reader mode. I think that's working. Let's see. So I have to reload the page. All right. I grew up in Edinburgh at the same latitude as Copenhagen, and then covered by the pale of coal smoke, which gave, I don't know if I can get this. How much, I didn't plan reading this, but anyway, this is something here. ago because of a substantial incident of metastatic calcification and renal failure. These are now used more cautiously, particularly after growth has ceased. Um, Particular patients with hyperthyroidism who require lifelong treatment and monitoring. Another condition requiring permanent care is vitamin D resistant rickets, for which high doses of vitamin D or its analogs with phosphate supplements were until recently standard lifelong treatment. Mm-hmm. I need to use a mouse for this. Well, I'm going to go back to the camera, and we'll just stop sharing this because it's not even on the screen. Hilarious. Have to be careful when I'm sharing pages and then I click on a link. It opens it in another tab which isn't being shared. Good heavens. Crash and burn. So I think I'll start the show over and let this one go. And I don't know. I'll just keep talking. Why not? The fortification of milk with vitamin A is criminal at this point. And the vitamin D fortification of milk is suspect as well. And so many of the foods are made from, as you know, with this as an ingredient. So you've got that vector. You've got people who are just out of their minds in favor of eating, green leafy vegetables, thinking that this is the way to health, when the dark green leafy vegetables have vitamin A in them. And like I said, this is like it's broken down into an acid that basically dissolves your skin. And it's doing it from the inside of your body out. Now, how much energy do you think it takes in your body to deal with all of these cells that are dying? These cells, they get they get this vitamin D into them. This is where the problem is with lecithin and certain fat soluble things, like even coconut oil is going to encapsulate the vitamin A, so you'll end up with a little piece of fat that has dissolved the retinoic acid or retinoic esters, or retinol itself, and it has little bubbles of fat that are running around of the coconut oil or the lecithin, and then these will go around your body. Now, if they're small enough, they might even be. I don't know if the word is absorbed. There's another word called adsorbed into a cell, and then once you get the retinoic acid inside the cell. Now, this is the strange paradox of this whole thing, is that there may be a very small essential requirement of a tiny, tiny amount of vitamin A for our whole biological process to work. And it has something to do with inscribing, the DNA as cells are put together. The retinoic acid may be useful at a very small stage of that, in very small amounts. But here's what's happening. Larger amounts of vitamin A are getting into the cells because of these lipid encapsulations. Lipid, I think of it as meaning fat, a little micro ball of fat with some of the retinoic acid in it, that get inside the cell, and then it starts causing destruction inside the cell and makes mutations in the DNA replication, I'll just say. And I'm just trying to alert you to this stuff. I've been listening to things, and this is what I've heard, and this is what I'm trying to replay to you. And help me. You know, I'm not like a PhD or something like this. I don't have those kinds of credentials. And maybe maybe my analysis is all wrong. Just take this as if it's for entertainment purposes only. Wink. So anyway, these cells start to make errors in the construction of new cells, and this is the idea of cancer. And then they start dividing stuff a lot, multiplying, and they've got an incorrect DNA sequence in them. So this is probably things like skin tags. Well, the other thing about skin tags is that the body is trying to package the vitamin A up and store it somewhere. The liver, in a lot of cases, people have fatty livers that are just already saturated. They're approaching the saturation point, and it has to be stored somewhere else in the body. So, it finds some lipid of fat and gets taken up by that, and then you end up with all this fat around your body, the adipose tissue, they call it. So I think maybe where I was making some mistakes with my red light therapy is I was shining a lot of red light on my body, but I wasn't providing an environment to neutralize the acids that would come off as a result. So I started getting yellowing on my skin. And so I think maybe the combination would be to have an ozone sauna, or some kind of condition where you have ozone on the skin and exposing the red light into it at the same time. Additionally, we learned this from people with eczema and I think psoriasis, where they have conditions that after taking a shower and they blot themselves dry with a towel, their tip is to immediately put the moisturizing cream on at that point. Because if they don't, the skin will try to moisturize itself by expelling the lipids, the little fat modules in the, what's that called? The word subcutaneous keeps coming. That's not the right word. There are little oil reserves in your skin, and they get put out. Well, when this happens, and those oil reserves have been contaminated with retinoic acid, then the retinoic acid starts to dissolve your skin. And you can look at it in a microscope, and you can watch it actually happen in someone with, I think it's there's the psoriasis is one thing, and then the other starts with an E. So bless my brain in this one spot where it's having difficulty coming up with the word eczema. And so I'm just going to take a moment and thank my brain for coming up with that, and sending love and harmony to that part of the brain where there was a blockage. It was on the way to the word eczema. So this is a way that you can kind of focus your love and your attention and your energy on a part of your brain that is teetering. I mean, this is the problem. We're these retinoic acids in our body are getting into the brain. You know, they're flowing right through the vasculature, and it's sad to say that it can, you know, it can like shrink your brain. Well, on the other hand, shrink is maybe not the right word, because it causes inflammation at the same time that all this stuff is going on. And here's an interesting thing I heard, and I'm going to just kind of report it. So, and I read this in Grant Genero's book, Coming Out of the Fires of Hell. And he uses the fires of hell as an expression for the intense burning pain that he feels with his eczema. And by reducing his vitamin A intake over, you know, I think he started getting relief from the eczema at about the 4-year mark. So this is why I'm so livid about all this vitamin A being pushed at us in our diets, and lifestyles, and whatever, and people who are like denying that liver is bad for you because of the vitamin A content. This is dangerous stuff. This can take years of disciplined denial of the normal cravings that a person might have to get better. And he was on kidney failure. His doctor told him, Grant Genero's doctor told him to get his affairs in order. He was going to die from his kidney failure. And they were going to put him on dialysis and all this stuff. And he just went no. And he went this other approach and did the, I don't know actually if he took dialysis. I think I read that he decided that no, he wasn't going to do that. He's just going to do his stuff on his own. And he wasn't a medical man. He was a civil engineer with some background in geology. And this is part of the thing that was so amazing, is that he took his knowledge of geology and long time changes, and it gave him a much longer view than most people who would look at a problem. You see, there's people who binge on vitamin A and it doesn't show up in any effects for about 10 years afterward. And then they're at a place of almost no return. I mean, short of some new innovation, right? Like the application of ozone gas into the body. Like if you had a sensor that could detect when your blood's retinol levels are spiking, and then it could automatically inject or create ozone gas inside your bloodstream, you could sequester it. You could manage that, and you wouldn't feel the fatigue. You know, you wouldn't feel the so much pain. You wouldn't feel the cloud-headedness that you get from the brain fog, right? From these kind of things. There are some things that could be done, even like releasing using some kind of charcoal injection into the small intestine somehow. There are things that could be done to neutralize or sequester this toxic bile. Maybe another thing could happen. We could have we could start cloning our own livers. If I could, I would start cloning my liver. Have another replacement ready. If I could have a replacement ready in 5 or 10 years, it would be awesome. I would be able to start like regenerating my body back to a more youthful self. And I'm not one for transplants, with somebody else's DNA, because then the most powerful tool that I have for managing health is ozone therapy, ozone gas. And it's not indicated for people who've had transplants, because it can cause your immune system to reset, and then you could have a rejection of a foreign body part. Excuse me, let's take a look and see. No, I'm not going to take a call. So we got that. And I'm going to put this on Do Not Disturb. Why not? Go for 2 hours, maybe. So we have this condition of the liver causing these problems, hoping that there will be some innovations in the future to help people deal with these things. In the meantime, what we've got are some diets, and there's a cookbook, a vitamin A restricted diet cookbook on Amazon.com, and you can go there and order it. And I'd like to get it. I think it would be great. Well, let's put up the donation page here. I just want you guys to know that I'm doing all this work, and maybe you could consider that I've spent probably 60 hours now on this whole ordeal, studying this, and probably another 60 hours communicating this to people, practicing talking about the vitamin A toxicity problem. And isn't it a pretty remarkable thing that somebody who's so singularly focused on this topic, that I have the attention ability to listen to so many hours of this of people lecturing about this topic, and being able to bring it out to you in this way, and to risk my YouTube channel by telling you this stuff. This information is being censored. Dr. Garrett Smith had a private channel on Vimeo. I think it's called Vimeo, one of those two. It's kind of a competitor of YouTube, and they offer private channels that people can have. And he does a private channel for this over at nutritiondetective.com, and he talks about this stuff, and he charges I don't know, I think $100 a year, something like that, for admission. And I would love it if you guys could donate and get me into that. If you could even do it directly. You could have Garrett Smith set up an account for Remedy Report and use my jb@remedycoin.com email address. uh, because I need to get the real deal on this stuff. I mean, apparently there's things he can't talk about from his perspective, and on YouTube. So he does talk on YouTube. He's got a free channel on YouTube, and I've been watching those a lot. So you've got the PayPal address on the screen. You've got a Zelly method of doing it. There's Bitcoin. Come on, people, get into this cryptocurrency world. It's time that you learn how to transmit money without banks. I mean, the writing is on the wall. The banks, we've had 3 major banks in the United States have really bad times. And it's time that you all avail yourself to cryptocurrency. It could be literally a lifeline for you to be able to do transactions that weren't possible any other way. I can tell you that I've had amazing abilities in my life to do things I would not have been able to do, in terms of freedom of speech, freedom of movement, being able to travel abroad, being able to buy airline tickets, on a, things that would normally cost more than my limit on my debit cards would, might allow otherwise. And, being able to transmit that to anyone, anywhere in the world at, pretty much in an instant. Bitcoin can take you 10, 15, 20, maybe 30 minutes in a really bad traffic day. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say about the Bitcoin stuff. But I do appreciate Bitcoin donations too. There you go. There's all of that, and let's come on back to me. Yeah, there you go. Little applause in the background. That'll help, huh? So the thing that the physical therapist thought was so interesting about what I was saying regarding vitamin A is this idea of vitamin D, or I'm sorry, calcium dysregulation. So there's a phenomena that happens when vitamin A is present. It messes up the crystallization of calcium, and you get things where it starts forming in places where it shouldn't, like bone spurs. People have those problems on the bottom of their feet. There's another place where I can work on my brain, because that word, bottom of the feet, like a bone spur. And here's the thing. I'm working on my brain because I realize how serious this is. And so I'm embarking on a restricted vitamin A diet. It's been about 2 months now, maybe a little longer. And the thing is, I still have I still suspect that I have high levels of retinoic acid in my blood. Retinol They call them serum retinol levels. And well, it could be retinoic acid, it could be retinol, could be retinoic esters. I think the esters usually get taken into the liver right away. But even on a restricted vitamin A diet, I'm getting these high levels of retinol in the serum of my blood, and this affects my brain. So I'm at a place where I'm going to be challenged over the next 3 or 4 years because my liver has become a fucking shit can of vitamin A. And when they show a picture of the liver and it's got all this yellow crap on it, that's the vitamin A. It's vitaminosis A. It's like, you're blowing out your filter by consuming all this vitamin A all the time. And we've got to get it back into shape. Now there are exceptions to this, and Paula also mentioned it, I think, on one of her tweets. And this is the thing. She mentions there's like a culture on Earth where they eat high levels of vitamin A, but don't have the corresponding liver problems. What could be the difference? And this is something that there's, that needs to be researched. There needs to be, funding that goes in and gets to the bottom of these things. So I've been talking about funding. I've been reaching out to a guy who I think is, might be a billionaire or something, or he's got one of these capital firms, does a lot of alternative investing. I sat down with him at lunch in the Isle of Malta at a Bitcoin conference I went to, and told him about my knowledge about ozone and stuff. I watched his presentation he gave about a cancer fighting technology that they were looking for funding for. So I sent him an email last week, and hopefully he's following. Maybe he's one of the 2 people that are watching live right now. You never know. I mentioned that there's a foundational study. The guy's name was Howe, Howe. That was the second name in the study, and it was done in 1925. Grant Generow suggested this is one of the studies that needs to be redone. Their eagerness to secure a patent, he thinks, led to some gross errors to be done in the study, and because it's very strange with vitamin A. You can have results that make you think that too much or that not enough is how can I put this? Not enough is equivalent with too much. So it has a sort of a dynamic to it that can make the results misleading. The thing about and part of the reason is that when we eat something with vitamin A in it, our serum levels can spike up 20 times higher than the normal levels. And then within moments, the liver has filtered it out so that your levels are right back down where they started. Well, conversely, the same thing can happen when you stop eating vitamin A. Is that, all right, say your vitamin A levels are here, and you're not eating any vitamin A, but the serum level remains fairly constant for months and just ever so slightly starts to dip off. And every now and then, a triggering event will happen. A triggering event could be an emotional type of trigger that happens, or it could be a response to food that you eat. It could be response to any kind of trauma that you had in the past that triggers a response, a physiological response in your body, and that could, so PTSD, for example, could be a trigger event that triggers your liver to eject bile in like a copious amount. And so there's all these kinds of parts of the body that need to be tuned back up so that they're not susceptible to become trigger events anymore. And some of the research I'd like to do is in finding out, how does this mechanism work to trigger the liver to eject bile? I mean, how is it that even tasting the slightest bit of something? I have a friend who had a traumatic event when he was young. He was about to eat a tomato, and an earwig came out of it, and it just freaked him out. And now, even like the smell of tomatoes or all this kind of stuff just causes him intense grief. I'd like to have some funding to do some work on my friend and bring him to understand, and be able to neutralize that connection that he has and make it so he can lead a better life. Not that I think tomatoes are a good thing. They're full of carotenoids at this point, unless you know of white tomatoes, and I'd love to have some seeds for white tomatoes that don't have any color. But another reason the tomatoes are bad is that they're in the nightshade family, and so the skin and the seeds are somewhat poisonous. So we've got that to consider. And then the tomatoes can be red or yellow, and those colors, the reds, yellows, the brightly colored foods are markers of toxicity, so those are to be avoided. And the darker green stuff is to be avoided as well. So I have experience in working on the adrenal gland response to shock stimulus like stress. If a person encounters stress, their adrenal glands respond by ejecting it's either cortisol or adrenaline into the body. It's probably both. And then the body has this superhuman strength, right? Supposed to deal with a case like maybe lifting a car up to save a baby or something like that, right? And these things are noted. We hear about them. Well, there's people who've all of their life have had too much of that response when they encounter a stress event. And I've learned this technique through biofieldtuning.com with the tuning fork, how to readjust, how to allow the glands to self-adjust themselves, the adrenal glands, but with the aid of the tuning fork for them to sound off of. And we work on the timeline of the trauma line of that particular organ. And it's amazing. It's nothing short of miraculous, because I lived with a woman who had this kind of problem, and I would if I would touch her shoulder to try to get her attention, and she was unsuspecting, how sometimes that can really startle a person. Well, this would do it to her all the time, and being startled like that was compounded because her adrenal glands were maladjusted, and it was due to the fact she had a traumatic birth. And when she had that traumatic birth, the trauma set up a distortion in the sensory feedback loop of the gland, and it's perhaps its sphincter for allowing these chemicals to go out into the body. And I noticed a night and day difference in her, because after that point I could tap her on the shoulder and she wouldn't even notice I tapped her in some cases, like if she was entrained in thought about something else. And a night and day difference. Her energy would be depleted for the rest of the day if her adrenals just blew out like that. And afterward, she had a regular normal response and had plenty of energy to go for the rest of the day. These understanding about these mechanisms is so important, because we have this sphincter at the end of inside the duodenum. The duodenum is a part where the entry into the small intestine comes from a bile duct. And we know that gallbladders go bad because of too much acidity from the liver. That's a vitamin A overtoxicity issue. And even these bile ducts can go bad. And when they go bad, and then they're leaking this toxic bile just into the body, and it gets absorbed and starts spreading around, that's bad news too. So I don't know. There's other ways. We talked about some ways to reduce the liver's, and don't think about these herbal remedies, detox, the typical liver detox that people have been talking about for ages. These are not what you want to do, because the bile that gets detoxed out of the liver, about 95% of it gets returned back to the liver. There's a kind of circulatory system that kind of picks up and re-ingests this bile from the intestines and brings it back to the liver. So ideally, we are talking about a long-term approach to detox the liver, and it's through selective types of food to eat, and eating a little more frequently, so that you have food that can absorb the toxic bile and carry it out with your fecal matter. One other thought that I've had, and that is something I read about that a Chinese hospital was doing for kidney disease. And they spoke on their website of directly injecting ozone gas into the kidney. And, this may sound like a very strange idea. It is. And, but it might actually work. And you might be able to do it over time, or even very small microdoses at scheduled intervals. But the ozone direct intravenous application of ozone has had its problems. They talk about it making the veins harder, more brittle, that type of thing. And although others have seen ways around it where they put red light therapy. This is a red light, and it's got near infrared and far infrared frequencies to it. And they say that if you treat you pre-treat that area of the vein where the direct intravenous injection is going to go, that you don't get the effect of the brittleness to the vein. So there is some stuff going on with that. But how do you do that in the liver? And I mean, I don't know of anyone who's ever injected into the liver before with ozone gas. There are problems with injecting gases into like the bloodstream and stuff because, well, you end up creating bubbles. It's not so much with oxygen though. It's when there's nitrogen in the nitrogen bubbles in the blood, then you get circulatory problems. And that word isn't coming to my mind. So tuning fork time. Essentially, the air bubble, I think, creates some sort of cavitation where you lose the kind of pressure that you're expecting, the suction and pressure dynamics change, and then you end up without blood to a certain part of the brain or whatever. So there's a lot of caution that you use when you do ozone insufflations. If you think there might be any nitrogen at all in the feed, you kind of lay down for maybe 20 minutes after a treatment, just to make sure that if there are bubbles, they don't go to the brain, and number two, they have time to diffuse into the tissue. So where are we at now? I don't know, but let me share my donation page again and talk about the importance of my work. And I'm an innovator, and I'm always coming up with ideas how to make something better. I'm a complex thinker about systems and integrations. I've done this in computers with the Linux operating system, and practically have a whole data center running inside of a single computer, and like 12 different websites are being served, and I have a deep appreciation for the technical stuff, and somehow I have the patience to dive into this kind of thing. So anyway, if you can help, I appreciate that. What else can you do if you don't have money to spare? I have websites on I have a presence on social media platforms, and you can follow them. What is my URL? I'll give you the web page for that. This is the web page for this show, remedycoin.com/remedy report. And there I list probably 20 or 30 guests that I've had on the show. I also list about 12 places on the body where I've done shows that you can receive on-demand free treatments for these parts. All you do is play it. You can even turn the volume down. And I suspect if you turn the volume down, it'll work. and you'll get the benefits of me doing, hours of work with a tuning fork on specific organs of your body, and using experimental techniques like a bag full of ozone gas, um, and I have people who have sensitivity to these kind of energetics, and they come in these chat rooms, and they tell me what works, what doesn't work. I've got a clairvoyant that I've called on a few times, or once. Well, I've talked to her a couple times about these energetics that I do, and she gives me her perception about what she sees when I'm performing the energetics and whether they're working or not. So I get confirmations like that from um, gifted people who can see, in other ways that we cannot, and people who can feel things. So we've got a lot going for us here on this show, and there's tremendous value here. I do need to make a better link to that. I'd like to get the domain name remedyreport.com. It's up for sale. I think they want maybe $7,000, something like that. Um, that would be good. I put a note on my calendar for a couple years from now when their registration expires. Usually those companies, they go bankrupt. They don't make enough money from getting all those domain names and having to pay those registration fees every year. So anyway, they're paid up for about 2 years, and we'll just see how that goes. I've got so many domains; it's ridiculous. I've got maybe 12 domains, and I mean, not ridiculous. Each one of them is very important to me, and it's an idea of putting a stake, a claim, if you will, like a flag in the land of this idea of opportunity. And so at forgivenesscapital.com, I list most, if not all of them. Things like remedycoin.com, antimoney.net. I've had a lot of them that I've had to give up because I just didn't have the money to renew these things. I've been under a lot of official oppression through the years, and it's made it difficult to earn a living. But I keep myself busy, and I get into some interesting topics. But that right there is a great page to bookmark, the Remedy Report page on remedycoin.com. And of course, you can just go to remedycoin.com and then look in the menu, and you'll see Remedy Report is one of the sub pages. So I looked at somebody's Twitter page the other day and talked about how do you diagnose that an adult has attention deficit disorder, like hyperactivity type of thing, and I did it, and I tested positive for about 7 out of 9 of the questions. So it's hard for me to do a lot of the things I need to do in life, and it's almost like a paralysis of sorts. If there's something I don't want to do, there's no way in hell I'm going to do it, and um, or if I do, it comes along with a lot of trauma. So, that's something I deal with. And it's not easy. I can tell you, this may sound rather bizarre, and it is. Years ago, I was having to do my taxes to try to figure out. Hang on, I'm going to get this right. I was trying to do my uh, taxes for my. I had an S corporation for doing consulting. I'm having difficulty getting this off the screen. There we go. And I took all this time. Um, well, here's the background is I'm persuaded that people should use open source software whenever they can, and support it, even if it costs more to you than buying, you know, proprietary software, because the software licenses that you sign and all this stuff are giving away your rights, and the uh, the open source software enhances your rights, and and enhances the rights of everyone else who use it. Hi, Earthika. Good to see you there. So I was doing my taxes, and they were the CPA wanted me to use QuickBooks by Intuit software, and I just did not want to. I did not like it. I, it was an anathema to me. And I would sit down, and I could maybe enter two receipts in order, and then I would have so much anxiety within me that it would make me stand up and pace around the house. I had to burn off the anxiety of having to go against my own internal belief system to operate this software, and it was just over the top difficult. And incidentally, that's when a voice came into my head and said, if you live in a free country, why do you pay taxes? So I don't know, maybe sometimes this kind of trauma can lead to good things, because at that point I started I started looking into whether the income tax was legal or not, and I found that I found a whole lot of stuff based on that. So you know, it kind of takes all kinds of experiences to help shape us and move us along on our path. But that was one that kind of really leveraged things I believed in strongly to inspire research in other areas, and helped me overcome other political ideas that I held very strongly and which I found were counterproductive. So that happened. What else can I tell you? Um, so I've been talking on this show today about vitamin A, and I've been going on a rant about it. It's Here we go. Rantings about vitamins A and D, the dangers. Um, the effects of vitamin A on calcium in the body are very telling. It can lead to calcification of your muscles, bone spurs, all this kind of things. And I think if we start getting the vitamin A levels down over maybe 5-year period of time, then we won't have these deformations, and we'll have more. Our body will be growing and making calcium go where it's supposed to go. The crazy thing about vitamin A also, and D, when you take supplements, is it's actually drawing down the calcium in your bones, and it's loosening other minerals that were the in the bones. So you'll see a strange uptick in other kinds of minerals or other things that they couldn't explain why they were there. Well, it's because the vitamin A is damaging the bones, and you've got things like osteoporosis. Just totally opposite of what they would have been telling you years ago. Like they'll say, like, drink milk for your, to get the calcium so your bones get stronger. Well, the hidden thing is the vitamin A is going to go in there and it's going to draw down the calcium from your bones, and the bones, the other calcium that's maybe in the milk is going to end up getting put into the wrong place, like into your muscles or into your tendons. You'll have deposits on the tendons and stuff. Hello, Hoodie. Would you like to say hi and ask people to donate? Hoodie the cat says, donate. Feed me treats. He's purring. Yep. I did Hoodie with the tuning forks. When he was younger, he was just a real rebel and was not a lap cat at all. And I used the tuning fork and worked through his biofield, I'm not sure I even found it. I just kind of worked through it, and it changed his nature. I was able to clear the kind of rebel nature that was a result of the trauma he must have experienced somehow. And he still has the ability to roughhouse and stuff, but we've learned to kind of focus on more of just being pleasant to each other. Though it's fun to move my hand under the blankets for him, and have him try to attack the blanket. He's a wonderful cat. Dandruff's an interesting thing. There's that's in the cradle cap phenomena. That's starting to happen more with older men. And Grant Genereux, in his book Coming Out of the Fires of Hell, talks about barbers who moved from like India to Canada, and then they're shocked by all this white flaky skin which is another symptom of the vitamin A toxicity. Ooh, how are you doing, Star? Would you like to come on the show? Let's see. I'll get a link. Add a guest. Copy link. This is a temporary link for today's show. I don't know if you can click on it from the comments there. Whoops, what did I do? Oh my God. I clicked on my own link to join my own show. That's hilarious. And I thought I lost you all. But no. Just voice me. Yes, you can do that. You can, when you go in, you can turn the video off. So I won't join you to the screen until, and I might be able to turn the video off for you. But if you got other things to do, that's fine too. We're just killing time here. Yeah, Star mentioned the NAC in the comments. I've got some of it here. NAC with milk thistle. But I'll tell you what, I am throttling back on a lot of supplements right now, kind of reevaluating everything. This has organic broccoli sprout powder, so that's got vitamin A in it. And the milk thistle was my favorite plant, and kind of still is. I don't know, but I'm wondering about it. Oh, you just woke up late. Look like a shite. Yeah, you're out on the West Coast, so you're a couple hours behind me. Still, it's afternoon, Star. um, Star has I made a page for all of the videos about her. The recent, well, the arrest last year. HTTPS. Remedy coin. / Star. That's. I'm going to go to it. HTTPS. Oh, Earthica Star has a hyphen in it, so I've got to type it that way. Weird, it's not taking my typing. I don't know. This thing may be locked up. Huh. Hypercalcemia and metastatic calcification. Yeah, it's interesting that the the calcium, can go haywire when it's being deposited in different parts of the body. And I know there's a synergy or an interplay that happens between toxins in the body and the the biofield around us, that those traumas in the biofield can affect how things grow and how they heal and whether they heal and a lot of things. So I think maybe it could be distortions in the biofield that affect how the calcium deposits, and maybe there's an interplay between the vitamin A and the distortions in the biofield causing the calcium deposits to happen where they do. It just blew my mind. I worked on a guy's arm. He had a wrist problem, and whenever he would like shampoo his hair in the shower, he would feel a stabbing pain in his wrist. And he went to doctors. They had X-rays and all this imaging going on. And for years, he tried all these things that they um, offered, and nothing worked for it. And I was there at the beach, and I had my tuning forks with me, and we just happened to meet by chance. And I just right then and there sat him down, and I just played the tuning fork out to the side of his arm, out to the side of his wrist. I set it out, and the idea is usually work on off to the sides of something, and and we found places where not only did the tuning fork have an interplay with the kind of distortion field in the biofield, but he could feel it as well. And on his wrist, he could perceive with his vision the symbol of a trident that appeared on his skin while I was hitting the tuning fork off to the side of this uh, where he had these symptoms. So I don't know what that trident thing's all about. I've asked Nathaniel Gillis a little bit about it. He's a specialist in psychic phenomena and ghosts, stuff like that. There was something that he said that made me think it could have been a form of possession. Um, but anyway, we cleared that, and it's been almost a year now, and he hasn't had any pain in his wrist. He's so delighted about that. So that's one thing. There was another guy from the beach, president of the beach club. He had a really bad shoulder. It wasn't going away. I worked on him right there at the beach. I can do this whether you're on the other side of the world. I can work on a person's physiology. Doesn't always mean that we'll succeed in getting rid of the problem or whatever, but many times we do. So it's worth a try, in my opinion. And the huge economic impact that it can have on your life of not having to deal with that kind of constant pain or whatever is a really good thing. What do you, Earthika Stasi says, all the work you have done to compile the discovery and help me with several issues over the years has been over the top. Thank you. You're welcome. And I guess I should go to that page that I linked to. Well, I know I've got it up on another thing here. Let me take this off the screen. and then go to the other. I'm learning my way around this Melon app software. I wish it was open source. I wish I could say that. It's just not as strong in me as it used to be. But I still have a bias toward it. I am running Linux on my desktop. Okay, and this is what you see when you go to that page. Maybe I never did paste it in here because I was having so many problems with it. This is going to be incorrect, but I'm going to just post it so I get it up there and clear it out here. Because it has to have the dash in it. Oh, good heavens. So there we go. Let's see. Title 18, Section 242 talks about fraud. It's a fraud section regarding deprivation of rights, acting under color of law, and impersonating an officer. And you got all these. This is a playlist of a bunch of videos on YouTube about an arrest. I wrote down here, let's see, Eartha Starr was arrested in Florence, Colorado, while she was sitting in a white van outside a school waiting for a substitute teacher to exchange empty goat milk bottles for new bottles of goat milk. This page documents the body cam footage and documents provided by the city of Florence and the county of Fremont, Colorado. You know how long it took me to get the right city name on that and get all this stuff together? Well, I got to tell you, there's so much information on here. These are the body camera clips. There's a bunch of other stuff on it, and a couple hearings we have recordings of. And I'm still dragging my feet on this, getting the emails posted up. I need to do that. I'm glad we're being reminded of it. Phone calls to Starr while she was in jail. They put her in jail for 15 days and didn't have any charges against her. And that's unlawful imprisonment, especially since there was no verified complaint against her. Here's the people to go and rattle their cage. I've called this mayor, Paul Villagrana, and here's his phone number. Let me put this in and his email address. He doesn't read his emails though, but you could send him an email and then give him a phone call to follow up and tell him to read his damn email. And you got other people here, the city clerk. This may have changed. I think they change in November of this year. There's like an election or something. So maybe that's something we could work on. And here's the finance director, Lori Cobb. Cobbler. And then there's a media company. You've got the newspaper. So this is what you do when you help somebody, who is a friend of yours. You can go around and start to collect all the information and make it available online. One of the hardest things to do when government comes against you is to defend yourself, or even raise uh, to raise a flag to go against them for the the deeds they have done, to prosecute them. So I haven't emailed the newspaper. I'm told there were stories about this arrest in the newspaper. The mayor told me that. He said that's all he knew about it was what was in the newspaper. I asked him more about why the police came out there. He did say that and I apologize. I didn't get I didn't record the conversation with the mayor. Usually, that's probably something I would do, and but I was just beyond myself, and considering my kind of self-diagnosed ADHD symptoms, and all my fears about not even calling. If I don't take action, sometimes it just doesn't happen, and I know this about myself. So I was fearful that I wouldn't ever call the mayor, and I was more wanting to get that call made to set him on notice that I had emailed him, and I had emailed his who's the other. Here's another place that a television, a list of television stations out there in Colorado. A link to that on here. Zippity doo dah, zippity day. My, what a wonderful day. Plenty of sunshine heading my way. Zippity doo dah, zippity day. Oh, Mr. Bluebird's on my shoulder. It's the truth, it's actual. Everything's just satisfactual. Zippity doo dah, zippity day. Wonderful feeling, wonderful day. All right, let's go into reader mode on this. And I write here, some of you are aware of my Forgiveness Public License initiative. One of the first 10 people who, together with me, have entered into a bilateral forgiveness pact is Earthica Star Hills. The FPL terms allow me to bring actions against those who harm her. FPL is the Forgiveness Public License. Sadly, Starr was arrested by a police officer in Florence, Colorado, on what many would call bogus charges. She suffered kidnapping, pain, 15 days false imprisonment, neglect of food allergies regarding a past mold toxicity problem. And let's see. And I made corrections here. Suboxone was not given to Starr. Rather, Starr was complaining that the orange drink being given to her had citric acid, which she understands is derived from black mold, which she believes would poison her. The court dismissed the case against Starr about 5 days ago, whenever I wrote this. Our quest, that's many months ago, our quest for remedy for Star Hills has an interesting twist. I have been corresponding with the city administrator. I've established standing in the matter because Starr and I have established a bilateral forgiveness trust of infinite value. I should call it a private secret trust, even though we're talking about it. We agree to forgive and to be forgiven by each other. Star appreciates me and affirms my infinite value. For this reason, if they harm Star, they harm me. This allows me to criticize, instruct, direct, and rebuke the city in ways hereto unseen. Usually, it appears to be the custom of law enforcement and the courts to have methods of derailing otherwise rational and logical questions of jurisdiction. That is, whether the law applies to an individual. The most common is to add the charge of contempt of court. The FPL, Forgiveness Public License, splits the matter and allows for a distributed, autonomous, parallel administrative actions. Friends, I built this into the FPL to defend government attacks on cryptocurrency where all users agree to the FPL. And agree to the FPL to guard their beloved asset. But I thought an asset would have to come first. I didn't realize that the secret and private trust itself is an infinity asset, and attacks on fellow FPL adherent is an attack on all. The FPL teaches a nonviolent expression of rebuke, pronouncement, assertion of value, wielding acts of due process motions on behalf of all parties. Through service of process correspondence, I've gotten tacit agreement of the city administrator that he has no evidence that their laws, statutes, codes, and constitution even apply to anyone. This is a big admission, and through Hitchens' razor of logic, we may dismiss any government claim they cannot or do not provide evidence for. So their excuses simply do not hold up to scrutiny. I know what I've been working on probably seems really odd to those who tend toward Australian economics. But wow, Star is a brave, brave woman who knows her personal authority. Firstly, a link to the bogus arrest from the officers. Well, anyway, that's something I wrote many, many months ago. And it's here on this page that I linked in the comments. This is a really good one. Here, a link from the Here's the Deal guy who took these videos and made a compendium of them. Star writes here, I'll put this on the screen. The entire jail experience was a mold attack. All the food was toxic. The water, air, lights, noise, frequencies, and violent attitudes in all jails are super toxic and traumatic. And I want to say too, probably the fruit they gave you had vitamin A in it. Like, I think they gave you an orange, right? It was like the first piece of regular fruit that anybody'd seen in there for a while. And because you'd complained about the food. And so now there's a whole nother level of complaining that can be done. I wanted to show this video. I don't know if he'd mind if I play it here.
This is either
have no authority.
Yes, I do.
You're operating under color of law.
Let's see. Maybe I can put that up. I don't know if this will work or not. It should. This is what it was like.
Law, which is Title 18 fraud.
I don't know what you're talking about, but in Colorado, this is the law that we have.
Impersonating
Sir,
an
step out.
officer under color of law.
In the state of Colorado, you have to tell me what your name is. Okay, come out.
Under threat and duress, I can offer this, but
Yes.
Are you threatening us?
No, but if you don't want to give me your information, then you're going to go in cuffs.
Okay, we're going to take a look at this video. I don't have a whole lot of background on it. All I know is this man and this woman are in this white van, and they're parked in a parking lot on a nice sunny day, just kind of enjoying the day. And they're supposed to be meeting up with someone where they can exchange their empty milk containers with full containers of goat milk. And that's why they're encountered by that's when they're encountered by the Florence Police Department. Let's just watch how this goes down.
No.
This
No,
is
you
either
have no authority.
Yes, I do.
You're operating under color of law, which is Title 18 fraud.
I don't know what you're
Impersonating an
talking about,
officer-
but in Colorado, this is the law that we have.
Impersonating
Sir,
an
step out.
officer under color of law.
Step out.
No.
Okay.
So what do you?
No.
What is?
Who am
what
I
is your
injuring?
purpose?
What is your cause of action?
In the state of Colorado, you have to tell me what your name is.
Show me the law that says I have to.
Over here,
I'm
Felix.
a member of the state of Colorado, or the Colorado.
Now, most people don't know 18 USC 242, which is part of what she quoted, but I want to take this opportunity to show it to you just in case you are not familiar with it. This is 18 US Code 242, titled Deprivation of Rights Under Color of Law. And in part, it states, whoever, under color of any law, statute, ordinance, regulation, or custom, even if it's a law, they said, willfully subjects any person in any state, territory, commonwealth, possession, or district to the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured or protected by the Constitution. Basically, it goes on to say, shall be fined or jailed or both, or may be sentenced to, check this out. That's how serious they take 18 USC 242, deprivation of rights under color of law. Now, most people don't know this 18 USC 242. And even when you let the cop know that you know it, they don't care what it says because they have a one-track mind and they're focused on one thing. That's not serving and protecting. It's
Well, on top of all that, it's not only deprivation of rights. It's a false arrest. If the cop can't articulate what it is, then you've got another law, which probably not a lot of people like to talk about. It's John Bad Elk versus the U.S., a Supreme Court decision from 1900, where they said, a person, one has the right to resist false arrest up to and including the use of lethal force. So, these cops are out there, dancing around, doing their, evil emperor type of thing from the, Star Wars or whatever, trying to look cool and wield their authority when their very lives are at risk, and legitimately so. I'm a peaceful person. I don't like to promote violence or anything like that. But I want the wives of the police officers to know that their spouse is facing legitimate, immediate execution all day, every day when they're on duty, for just, not realizing that the laws don't even apply. I mean, an officer swears every day on a complaint, that that the law is applied to the person that they are bringing to court, and if you ask the officer how it is that the laws apply just because someone's inside the geographical territory, they have no clue. They have no answer for how the laws would apply. And certainly they might come up with something. They might, Randy Kelton was on the other day. I was bringing this up. He talked about adhesion contracts. If you're taking a benefit, then you've bullshit. That is poppycock. There's no there is no contract. There's no legitimate contract for people, to be. The whole concept of a citizen doesn't even exist. It's like it's this made up crap that infects our minds with a system that's made to imprint us with the concept of authority, that someone has authority over us external to ourselves. And that just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense that you're born inside of a box on a map, and that now you're subject to all these rules that go with that box. Sure, there are customs, traditions, things like this, but when it comes to actual use of force of the many against one, hold on. You got to think. You got to think about this and re-examine the force that you use against people, because that's usually where things go wrong, when force is starts being applied. Anyway, you can watch this video, more of this video. I'll put the direct link in here. And there it is. And again, there's links to it and many other things about Star's adventure in Colorado. I mean, it was really traumatic. There's been many times I've been worried about, Star's life in regard to this whole ordeal. And, the more people that learn about this and make phone calls, damn it. You can make phone calls to the mayor, to the finance director. They've got to start shoveling, lots of money towards Star for me to be satisfied with this. And she'd prefer it in silver, in the form of silver coins. Whew. Well, there's that. We've talked about that before. It's taken her a long time just to be able to watch the damn videos without being triggered into trauma and stuff. And I think her partner probably does gets triggered on that stuff. I'm hoping Nicole is doing better and I didn't just traumatize him. Oh dear. I had some tuning forks. Whew. It's nothing like a resonant sound like this to help kind of calm things. What I really need is this one down here. It's a chime. It's about 7 feet long. if I can play this. That should sound pretty cool. I'm using a stereo microphone. So hopefully that's much more enjoyable and relaxing. Woo! All right. Wow, that is relaxing. But I was already yawning before I started. So, well, we'll see. I just heard something. Maybe it was a new email, or I think Roger said something. Mm-hmm. Well, I guess that's about it for today's show. I've been rambling on about vitamin A. I did have some ideas about vitamin A in terms of schizophrenia. In the literature, they have links to schizophrenia with vitamin A. And I thought about how in the MK Ultra programs, they work to try to create multiple personalities within a person to induce schizophrenia, and then to be able to trigger a person to switch from one personality to another, so they can be like an assassin, that sort of thing. And I thought about, on the school lunch programs, how they're giving the kids vitamin A enriched milk, which is going to push the barrier toward schizophrenia in the children. It's just part of the insidious operations at play here. And whether it's intentional, I can't say, but I do know that it's part of a pattern, practice, habit, and custom that they give children milk laced with vitamin A, enriched vitamin A, not only natural vitamin A from that comes with the cow's milk, but they're adding vitamin A to it and they're adding a vitamin D that's not uh, um, not natural either. And it's not that it's not natural, it's that it's harmful. And kids in Canada died. A bunch of kids in Canada died from milk that had too much vitamin D in it. And so you got to trust whoever it is that's putting the vitamins, the enriched vitamins in there, that they're getting even the right dosage right. Well, I'll tell you this: you can be so sensitive on a highly saturated liver that's full of vitamin A that even the slightest milligram of vitamin A ingested will cause an overtoxicity event to occur in the person. A huge spike in their serum levels that's greater than the amount they ate, because the amount that they ate triggers the liver to dump bile, and in certain circumstances that ends up in the bloodstream. So that's what I'm all upset about. We've got basically ticking time bombs in our chest, these livers full of vitamin A, and and there's only a select few people that are really talking about it. I mean, there's one doctor who did a really interesting video about he's always going to the root cause analysis of things that go wrong. And there's this boy, a foreigner, who came to America and was having these gummies, these multi-mineral supplements, and he ate the whole container of them, kind of like I would. I used to eat candy like it was going out of style, and I get started, and then it's just keeps going. Come on up here, come on. So anyway, a boy just got in terrible medical shape from eating a container of gummies that had vitamin A supplementation in them. I couldn't read the label and didn't know the warnings. Earthica says they need to be shoveling money at you too, Joe, for what Bakersfield did to you and the years of trauma. I still intend to go after them for us all. I'm not going to give in, no matter how traumatic it is. Thank you, Star. And everyone can go to, let's see if I can get the address for that. We could bombard their mailbox. I found the address. I just have to copy it and paste it. This is the address: help team at bakerfieldcity.us. Bakersfield's, like, for since 2009, they're in infinite dishonor to me, to Star, to Alan, others that are affected by all of this harassment and stuff. And the citizens of that city are liable for allowing this kind of behavior to continue. I mean, they promote it. They're paying for it. They're parties to the action. And if it comes to it, I'm just going to let all the realtors know through their realtor association that there's a lien on every property in Bakersfield, and that they can't, in good conscience, they can't sell a property without mentioning the fact, oh yeah, if you buy this property, you're going to owe Joe Baker everything you have. It's that kind of thing. And they have a duty to pass on any information about any conflict to a buyer of the property. So I don't have to go through any court to do that kind of thing. I just have to go directly because the courts are all corrupt there. I've established that. So if y'all wouldn't mind writing an email to helpteam@bakersfieldcity.us, and the page that talks about that matter is at Remedy Coin. Make it a link so you can click on it. https://remedy. There it is. remedycoin.com/remedy.baker. Do. And I can click on it here. How about that? That is a tremendous advantage of using this software. Now I've totally lost where I was. Ha. That's funny. It doesn't quite go as far as sharing the page right off the bat. But there it is. And warning, the photo below is graphic, depicting the results of a severe head injury, swelling, and a black eye. And there it is. There's my eye. I was wondering, I was reading information about people who have black eyes. And today they talked about, there's a video about clones and all this stuff. And they talked about when they insert a chip into somebody through their eye, that they get a black eye as a result. And I don't know. I got stomped on the head with a boot. I think that's probably realistically what's going on here. You can see all the, this is all kind of yellowing and discolored. There was a lot of inflammation, and poor me. Well, it says here on September 28th, 2009, I, Joseph William Baker, I need to change that. So it has the little R instead of the TM. Just waiting for it to come back around. Reload. In case you don't know, I'm using WordPress. It's a program for managing web pages. And it's software that's installed on the web server. And it just lets me change things just as simple as clicking here. And I'll change this back to, I'm going to put all caps here. I know some people freak out at it. Unicode 00AE. I, the owner of Joseph William Baker, would find myself struck with police batons 15 times and my head stomped on 3 times. As of September 11th, 2020, nearly 11 years later, my claim for damages is now just being noticed by the Bakersfield Police Department, together with Kern County, the Kern County Hospital, Barnett's Towing. They acted in concert, defrauding me of my liberty, part of my life, my car. Put simply, they are in extreme dishonor. And now I'm noticing the world that if they do business with these entities after January 1st, 2020, that the infinite dishonor is upon them. The notice of conditional forgiveness in draft form. This is what I've got to finish up. I don't know. It's kind of hard to work on it. The list of injuries, response to the Bakersfield court case, and notice of counterclaim. That's something I did send in. Multiplier of damages, 18 million times. I was promoting Bitcoin to Alan David and Star Hills in September of 2009. And when its first negotiated price was 1/4 cent per Bitcoin, the billions of dollars worth of damage to my life, liberty, reputation, brain function would be multiplied by 18 million times, because at that low price, and it would be demonstrated to its all-time high of 55,000 per Bitcoin. I think that's now 60,000 something. Exceeding 60,000 per Bitcoin. Somehow through this ordeal, I had forgotten to purchase, or mine Bitcoin. Continue to promote Bitcoin. This wasn't the end of it. The hospital would deny Joseph water after crying out for water 35 times. Where's my page? I want to make sure that this is getting up on the screen. It is. Cool. Other comments? Roger asks, is this live? Are you on now, Joe? Yes, I am. That's why it says live in the corner. And then, what does Star say? I think they used wireless frequencies to trigger him to switch personalities. Also had something to do with chemtrails introducing the medium for the frequencies to interfere. How does that relate here? Oh. Thank you for sharing this out on Facebook. Earthco writes, also the chemtrails create a screen in the sky which enhances frequency registers and ground imaging for thermal signatures. Whoa. Oh, Rant, missed it. I'll have to replay, says Amara. Hi, Amara. We'll see you tomorrow. Is there a better way to describe stomping on the head? Yeah. A jackboot thug wearing a badge was pissed off that he didn't have a reason to put me in the back of his police car. And that I refused, after sitting in the back of his police car, I refused to put my feet inside. So he had to go and club me 15 times with a baton. And then he couldn't take the fact that I had the nerve to, being crippled as I was from all of that stuff, I still was in a place where I could tip him over. And I tipped him over. I grabbed his ankles and stuck my legs down below his knees, stuck my head below his knees, and I pushed him back. He fell on his ass. The other officer told me, he says, lay on your belly with your hands at your sides. And so I did that. And then that guy stood up and said, I think he shot himself, and proceeded to stomp on my head and neck, this area. So I was laying turned this way. He stomped on me 3 times. And I had called for his superior officer to come to the scene. And that's kind of what happened. Let's see, where's the video? The other officer, Patrick Leffler, he initiated a false arrest accompanied by Officer Richard S. Davis Jr. False arrest because when I questioned Leffler about the nature of the emergency, he told me I was going too slow, and then in the police report said I was going too fast. It was a dark alleyway with some lighting, and I felt I was going at a safe speed. I was looking for the address and maybe a place to park. Police report falsely indicated I didn't have a valid driver's license. Both Wisconsin plates on the car and Wisconsin driver's license were in order and valid. See photo of Joseph Baker's injuries about 3 days after being battered with 15 strikes of a baton and being stomped on the head 3 times. Officer Patrick Leffler would be later charged with rape on the job and falsifying police reports. And if anybody can help me find that video, that would be great. It has disappeared from DTube. Remedy, but that made the news. Remedy coin will likely be named remedy.baker, the bitshares.org exchange. I don't know about that. I might put this, instead of on BitShares, I might put it on the XRP ledger. That would be nice. Or I've been thinking about Secret Network as a home for the cryptocurrency. Somewhere there's the videos up here. I think I would have to go into private mode to show you that. And I don't know that we really want to go there today. It's a big mess. It's a lot of stuff, but this is what people face these days when official oppression is everywhere. It's everywhere. And where do we go? What do we do? How do we get remedy? Roger says, I meant, how would your lawyer write or say just that one act? Like it would read in a personal injury lawsuit case. I don't know. I mean, it was attempted murder. It was expressed attempted murder. The combination of what he said about, I think he shot himself, was a reference to suicide, to induced suicide, and coupled with the stomping on the head. I checked with a Navy SEAL, and he said, I said, is that a lethal, is that a death attempted thing to kill a person? And he said, yes, that's a way to kill a person, is to stomp on their neck. So, yeah, so it'd be attempted murder. And then there's a question of what level of murder it is. Amara writes, the word stomped on head has charge to it, and it may be useful to use. It would make people think back to when the man had his head stomped on the curb and he died. They would realize how shocking the incident was. Yes, thank you. Bom, 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 bom. Do, 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 do. Bom, 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 bom. Do, 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 do. Bom, 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 bom. Bum, dum, dum. Do, 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 do. Boom. I have is this thing changing the light texture in the screen? It would be nice to if it would do it, because that would prove that this thing emits light. I don't know, some of you might feel this. The clairvoyance among you would see light, might see light coming out of this. It's going pink, and maybe it's in part due to the ring, but there's another reason for it. I have regular, like incandescent style or color temperature coming in here. I've got this light. It's mounted on a television right next to me here, and it points at the wall, and then I have a sheet of paper on the wall. So I get a nice soft bounce of that light coming back at me. So that's one color temperature. But then there's the light from outside. Hi, kitty. Come here. Come here. I want to show you to the people. This is Thumper. This isn't Hoodie. This one is Thumper. He's little, and sometimes I call him the minister because he's got a little white spot underneath, under here, and he loves to be petted. He's not quite the lap cat that Hoodie is. He does respond to the petting a little more. I think he's a little off put that I'm holding him right now. But sometimes I can hold him like this. Hi. Hi. He's just getting familiar to me doing the shows, I think. He'd be a great cat for somebody. Yeah. We we help with the kittens that grow in our neighborhood and stuff, and then get them accustomed to humans so they can be adopted out as pets. And yeah, he looks a lot like Hoodie, doesn't he? And he's more vocal. He is. He's very talkative. Well, you say the only stroke downwards, not up, and the cats don't like that. But I've started realizing they'd like it around here. I mean, it may not be the same everywhere, but I'll take that into consideration and watch for more signs of them not liking it. But on some of the cats, like the oldest one, he seemed to like it. And well, his hair was getting more brittle, and I started using the red light therapy on the older cat. Roger says, always remember, if your cat was capable of sending you a text message, it wouldn't. That's funny. Are you still watching, Star? I wonder, maybe I'll just call up the mayor of that town live on the air. Let's see, how would we get there? So we go to remedycoin.com/EarthicaStar, and then we scroll down. I don't know if you have Telegram, Star. That would be one way to call in. Let's call the newspaper or email the newspaper. How about that? This is how you get things done. Just do them on the show. Yeah, well, they have to prove that the laws apply for me for it to be illegal, and they can't show that the laws apply. Oh, Roger says, is it beyond the statute of limitations for you to file criminal charges against the officer event at Bakersfield? No, because I have mental problems, and because they've had a case against me, I haven't been able to open a case against them for all these years. So it's ambiguous. They haven't been able to give me an answer to say that their case is dropped. So, though it doesn't seem to show up on their website anymore. What can I say? How about the email? How would I do that? Let's see. LG. I need something to go on in the background when I'm quiet. Could have some background noise, you know? All right. Now I know what to share. Let's hit the share button. Share screen. Zimbra, compose. By the way, I run this great email server software called Zimbra, and it looks kind of like this, and I'm just writing it in here. Let's see if I got that address from my clipboard, so I can just paste it in. Star. Does it matter about Star Hills? Do we have the date about when that happened? That's what I love about this thing. I've got to get the date on here, but there's all this stuff here. The contents of discovery. So this would have the date. Problem is, you're not going to see that. Okay, now you do. Statement of probable cause. August 26th, 2022 was when it was filed in court. Date time 8:25 at 1200 hours. Interesting, it took them a whole day to file anything. Let's see. In support of probable cause for the warrantless arrest of the above named defendant, which occurred within the city of Florence, Fremont County, state of Colorado, the undersigned being first duly sworn upon oath, deposes and says, at approximately 1220 hours, I, Officer Winters of the Florence Police Department, responded to a call for service located at a Fremont Elementary School, 500 West 5th Street, Florence, Fremont County, Colorado, 81226, for a report of a suspicious vehicle. I was alerted to the suspicious vehicle being parked outside of the school by the principal, who made initial contact previously when it was parked at the corner Church Avenue and West 5th Street, located on the east side of the school, directly in front of orange safety cones placed to block. Hang on, I'm going to change this up. Fit to page, like that. I've got to close this off somehow. This is interesting to read, so I haven't read this part. Directly in front of the orange safety cones placed to block the road from all vehicle traffic. The principal told the occupants the road would be closed for another hour and 45 minutes for school functions, and after a few minutes we did leave. However, the vehicle returned to the area, this time parking on the west side of the school on West 5th Street. The principal observed the vehicle again at the new location and called me immediately. As I was already in the school's front office, I observed the principal running into the building to meet me in the office when she quickly asked me to follow her. This is very interesting because I never knew that it was the principal, and it seemed like they were trying to hide the fact that it was the principal. Let's see if Star's got any comments in here. This, I don't know if she's even. You see, Roger, it's not that the police were attempting to murder me. It's that the whole city of Bakersfield and the whole city of Bakersfield at that point were trying to murder me through their agent, who was the cop. Let's see. All right. At the time, let's see. Once outside the school, the vehicle was pointed out to me by the principal. At that time, I drove over to the vehicle that was parked in the westbound lane of travel, which was an older model white Dodge 3500 van with Arizona license plate. Fantastic. I observed the passenger side doors fully open with someone seated in the opening. I could also see a person sitting in the front passenger seat. Upon making contact, there was a male seated on the floor in the passenger portion of the van and a woman sitting in the front passenger seat. After introducing myself, I asked why they were sitting in that location. After introducing myself, I don't think she introduced herself. Um, it's very interesting how these narratives by the police. I bet if we looked at I bet if we look back at the footage, she doesn't introduce herself. I'll bet you, and she swore under oath that all this is true and correct and all this stuff. Let's switch back to the video and see. I just want to show you how much they are liars and how you can catch them in their lies.
Department. Let's just watch how this goes down.
No.
This
No,
is
you
either
have no authority.
Yeah.
Let's see.
this
No,
is
you
either
have no authority.
Yes, I do.
You're operating under color.
This doesn't go back far enough. This doesn't go back far enough to get it. Ah, darn it. That's okay. Going back over here. I've got other videos that do, but let's see. I could see the person sitting in the front passenger seat. Let's see. Upon making contact, there was a male seated on the floor. I read that. After introducing myself, I asked why they were sitting in that location. The unidentified parties stated they were waiting for a woman named Karen to meet them who was selling goat milk. The Karen party was an employee of the school. After being told the reason for being parked outside the school, I asked the male and female for their identification. Both parties initially told me they did not have to give their identifying information. I informed the parties it was Colorado state law for them to identify themselves when contacted for a law enforcement reason. That's not true. It has to be that they were observed committing a crime, or the officer has to know that they are about to commit. I don't know exactly how that all works, but anyway, the male party stated he would provide his Arizona identification card. Simultaneously, the female party repeatedly denied to provide her identity, stating that she did not have to give me that information. The woman was told again that she had to provide her information, and if she continued to refuse, she would be charged with obstruction. The female told me again that she would not give me her identity at that time. I instructed her to step out of the vehicle. The woman refused. I instructed her again to get out of the vehicle. She refused again. At that time, I attempted to open the door and was unable to because the female party pressed down the locking mechanism to lock the door. Due to the window already being open, I was able to unlock the door and open it. Crazy. And let's see, share, detach that. The female party was instructed again to exit the vehicle, and she refused. When I reached up to gain control of her right arm to assist her out of the vehicle, she drew her arms in close to her torso and moved away from me further into the vehicle. As the unidentified woman retreated away from me, she continued to tell me she would not exit the vehicle. The woman's refusal to exit the vehicle and comply put me at significant risk of injury because the male party was still sitting in the vehicle and could have easily taken steps to move around the van doors to harm me. Well, I don't think he's harmful that way. I don't think that would have happened. Let's see. Continuing. Furthermore, I had no way of knowing at the time if weapons were present in the vehicle. I instructed the woman another time to get out of the vehicle, and she refused again. At that time, I reached in, gained control of her right wrist, and assisted her out of the vehicle as safely as possible. With the help of my shift partner, I was able to place the female in custody. My shift partner transported the unidentified woman to the sheriff's office detention center. Upon arrival at the detention center, the female party continued to refuse to give her identification. The female party was finally identified as Star Hills over an hour after the initial arrest was made with the assistance of the Canyon City Police Department. Interesting. So, Officer Winters is of the Florence Police Department, but somehow they say here that the Canyon City Police Department was involved with theirs. Was the assistance of the Canyon City. It's a strange word. Canyon is spelled differently some places, like Canyon with a special umlaut symbol or something on top of it. Due to the incident occurring in front of the school, it caused the school to be on heightened alert status and restricted the movement into, out of, and throughout the premises. Nothing further. Officers Winter, FPD number 59. And here she puts down the charges. Interference with staff, faculty, or students of an educational institution, resisting arrest, stopping of a suspect. So none of these charges made it through. I don't think they made it through. None of them had a basis to them. Officer Winters signs here. He says, subscribed and sworn to me before this 25th day of August. The notary, Peyton Klein, Notary Public, State of Colorado. Notary ID number 202-1403-4075. The commission expires August 26, 2025. And the judge marks here saying that probable cause was found on 8/26. That's August 26th, 2022 at 8:11 a.m. So there you go. That's one of these goofy documents. And she says, what? She said nothing about the taser. She did not say anything about the taser. Good point. And what? She was attempted goat milk purchase. And Star says, when she unlocked the door, I stated she was trespassing. And do they take such actions for parents waiting to pick up their kids? Roger asks. She says, yes, she introduced herself on the first video. Cool. Yeah, this is useful to read this stuff and see what it all says. Hope you don't mind. So this is the I don't know. Looks like a police report or something. See if I can get it zoomed in a little bit. $826. DMV record for law enforcement use only. Um, they found some stuff. I don't know. This is all up there. Federal, state, or local law enforcement agencies shall not use any non-criminal history information contained within this database for immigration enforcement purposes. This restriction does not pertain to any information that is regarding to a person's immigration or citizenship status pursuant to Title 8 U.S. Code 1373 and 1644. That might be interesting to go after, Star, an interesting angle about immigration. I don't know. I don't have it totally in focus here, but citizenship status would be dealing with identification. I mean, identification in their terms is really about your citizenship status. I mean, it talks about your identification. You don't have identification unless you're not a citizen, I would suspect. I mean, they say your name and birth date is enough, but I think there's a little bit more to this. Let's scroll on down. But anyway, if you want me to stop looking through these on the air, that's fine. I would. See, ruling from the bench, in fact. What, Roger? Let's see. Roger says, of course, judge says there's probable cause. Like Randy says, expect a judge to rule out of hand at every turn. Well, in fact, later on, the judge just basically reversed that because she didn't have any charges to do against Starr. So it's very interesting that the judge found there was probable cause, but then later, in closer evaluation and the district attorney backing down, wanting to dismiss the charges. Let's see. I'm going to just close that for now. Star says, she said I pulled away from her, but I was actually just getting my phone and starting my video at that point. Good point. They misinterpret your movements, and they think that they have, clarity about these things. I had a pipe in my car when I was arrested, and it was for holding up the hood of my car. The spring in my hood of my car didn't function, so I had to every time I'd lift the hood up, put the pipe in there to hold it up, and that's how I would change my oil, check my oil, do any maintenance that I had to do. And just because it was sitting there by the side of my passenger door on the floor right next to the door. He said something about, I know what that's for, whatever. And so they're making all these ideas that I'm going to hit somebody with it. I mean, I know it's their job. I know they encounter, difficult people and such, but that wasn't me. I wasn't that sort of difficult person, and I feel offended that they treated me as such. And I'm a peaceful, non-compliant person, and we're not compelled to comply. There's no law. There's nothing that requires us to comply with them unless we've entered into contract by actually harming somebody or causing some kind of damage. I think Hoodie wants to just, let's see what we got here. The judge knows, Roger says, the judge knows there's a civil lawsuit in the making and protects the state or local authorities, etc. That's not being biased. And then Star writes, I was also in an altered state at that moment, which with the taser pointed at me, and lost my memory of what happened just prior to that. I don't remember even when I watched the videos back. We may be able to treat this now, Star, with the tuning fork, and maybe we can get some of the memory to come back. But Hoodie's on my lap. What happened to the hockey puck? Here it is. Let's see if we can do some of this. And I'm going to let's see, probably add Cole in on this as well. And I'm going to trigger it or treat it by the date. So I think we have the date now. August 26th. I think it was August 25th. All right, 2022. So watch how I do this. This is crazy. August 25th. Oh my God, Star, the 25th. That's 5 times 5 is 25. Remember Alan in his book, he was talking about the importance of the number 5. Jeepers. All right, here we go. August 25th, 2022. We'll work on the heart. And 26th. Can you feel that, Star? 25th. Nicole. That's day 1. Second day. Second day. Third day. Fourth day. Fourth day. Fifth day. Sixth. 7, 7, 8, 9, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Star wrote, their only job is to arrest you for their paycheck. And Roger writes, a writ of mandamus should have been issued against Star's judge in that case, plus a judicial bar grievance can be written up on each occurrence. Time limitation is 10 years in Wisconsin. Need to check California. Well, this was Colorado is where her thing was. And yeah, there's stuff that needs to be done in mine too. But you know what? There are statute of limitations do not apply when someone has mental conditions. And that I've got. And I may have to prove it. But it is the case. She says, I do feel it just as intended. Okay, if this is good, if you can handle this treatment, I'll continue. But if you need me to put the stone on to make it more palatable, I could do that too. So August 25th, 2022. So this is the day. This is the first day, the 26th. It's the second day. Seventh. That's the third day. Let's do the second day. And we're working on the heart. I think we'll do the solar plexus next. Is this opening up any of the memory? This is what I really want to get at, Star. I think we can dissolve the barrier between the states, the altered state and the regular state. And I don't know if that's going to be comfortable to erase that barrier and integrate those hoodies throwing up in the background. August 25th, 2022. Let's work on the solar plexus for Star and Cole. My pinky, the blood flow in my pinky is almost totally restricted. Damn. My pinky is numb, is literally numb. August 25th, 2022. Cole and Star, solar plexus. 26th, 25th. Solar plexus, star and coal. We're working to clear the traumatic energy from that arrest. And this is something that usually takes about a year to make it available to do this treatment. 25th. I'm just going to take a moment to ground. So we go from their heads, and then down to their feet, down into the earth. Just a good strong signal to the earth ground. And then from the feet, we go up to the head, and then up to the, they call it the sun star or whatever. It's kind of an electrical thing. And let's go back to the 25th of August, 2022. '26th. Working on the solar plexus. The 27th. 27th. 28th. 29th. 30th. I don't know. I don't know how many days there are in August of that year. Roger writes, there might be the caveat concerning mental conditions. I wouldn't doubt that they would deem you incompetent and institutionalize you for at least observation. That's how they dealt with that. One of their tactics they used to win over on a person they harmed and seeking remedy. They did in Wisconsin. They put me behind bars when I objected to the jurisdictional sort of challenge I did in court, and they had me evaluated by a psychologist. Somebody came in the room, sat down with me. He wasn't there long. It was about 4 or 5 minutes, and I still to this day don't know what the recommendation was of that visit. So I need that information disclosed to me. I think it's their fiduciary duty to provide me with the medical information. Certainly, if there was some knowledge that I was mentally unstable or something, you'd think that they'd have a duty to let me know. Because at that point I had no clue about that, and I had a bias toward not wanting to be considered incompetent in court, because I never believed for 1 minute that a lawyer would exhaust all legal remedies on my behalf. Right. Oh, let's continue on a little bit here. The 25th day of August, 2022 for Star and Coal. Now, this is the solar plexus. Let's do the solar plexus. Let's do the head chakra. Let's do the crown chakra as well. Let's do the root chakra. All 7 of the major chakras that they talk about will add into this from both the left and right side on the 25th of August, 2022. Yeah, there's something right there, man. I feel it in these 2 middle fingers. Fifth. Seems that cleared up now. That was probably before the rest even. Ooh, it's getting thick down here. I don't know which chakras that's all coming out of, but dang. 25th. And this can evoke emotional response. We'll get through it, but it's your subconscious playing into this and processing these things. And sometimes it takes about 10 minutes or so. But this is an accelerated way of dealing with the trauma. In a way, you don't have to remember it, in order to process it. Star says hi to everybody else watching. She can't see the other comments that are on a different platform. So Star's coming to us through YouTube right now, and Roger's watching. His comment was here. It's up on the screen. 25th. All chakras. And if you guys are game, I'll do this. I'll do this extended chakra thing where it goes 32 feet above and below your body, a range of 32 feet. So it'd be like 15, 16 feet above your navel and 16 feet below your navel. I could extend it to that, but it might really be disturbing. But at the same time, it might be cleansing. Let's see. She loves it. Thank you. Great. Just for now, working on the major 7 chakras. 25th of August, 2022 for Star and Cole. Asking the help of the universe to help us with clearing these distortions in the biofield. First day, 25th, 26th, first day, second day, third day, fourth day, 5th day. This would be a good time to get water. Uh, Water would be good. And what we're talking about here is this. Well, maybe if people who are watching could send an email, to the newspaper there and let them know about all this. So the event started on the 25th. We're going to work on the from 4th day forward. Right now, 4th day. She was incarcerated for 15 days. 4th day. 5th day. 6th day. Hello. 6th day. 7th. 8th. 9th. 10th. 10th. 11th. 12th. Ooh. 12th. 'There's a lot going on there. 12th day. 13th day. Let's do 12th again. 13th. 13th. 14th day. Star and Coal. It started on the 25th of August, 2022. Not the 15th of August, the 25th of August. 25th of August, 2022. And this is, what are we up to? Let's go back to like the 12th day. All chakras, both left and right side. 13th. 14th. 14th. And the 15th day of captivity. Should have been the last day. Ooh. 15. Sixteenth. Great. I just drank the water we got right out of the mountain. Wow. Nice, nice. Oh man, I remember going to Mount Shasta and I just loved it there. It was so magical. I loved going to that bookstore. We met a guy who looked just like the younger a younger version of Saint Germain, and that was so magical. And I camped in the forest there, had my tent, and I had my Jeep at the time, and a little Prius, and we had two vehicles at the time. Man, I really like that. Like, camping out in the wilderness and stuff. I could go for that. And yeah, the water's great. Um, all right, I'm going to move through beyond that point, not a day at a time, but a month at a time. So I'm going to go from, we'll do like 12 months, and maybe we'll go into the future a little bit. I don't know. I don't know what happens when we harmonize a date in the future. We can try it. Okay. Uh, August 25th, 2022. So the month of August. September. October. September. That almost hurts my heart there. September. Something there on my middle finger. Probably about September 9th or something. September. October. November. November. December. January. January. All chakras and coal and star. January of 2023. February. February. March. March. April. Up to May 1st. Here you go, and a little into the future. June. July. Oh, and now let's collect all that and bring it back to your, bring the biophotons back to you. So here we go. August 2022 for Star and Cole. And click, drag, collect, all chakras. August, September, October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, and release. And take some deep breaths here, restoring a lot of the energy that you expended in the trauma that got stuck out in your biofield. We're restoring that to your chakras right now. And big breaths. Your breathing is almost like a magnet that kind of pulls that energy back into you. So do those breaths. You might get a little lightheaded just from breathing, but this is good. This will help restore your energy and help it get back into orbit the way it needs to be. There we go. So pleased to do that for you, Star and Cole. She says, we're going to forage for mushrooms soon. They are high dollar here. Oh, nice. Mm-hmm. Well, great. Remember, you can listen to this again and again and again, and it'll help. If we didn't clear it all up, successive times we'll do more to that aim. And it's my belief, or it's my hunch anyway, that if you play this back, even with the volume turned down, just the intention of starting the treatment will engage it in your life. So I'm working on a way to play things in computers for people, just like 24 hours around the clock, Mayday, Mayday, save our ship, she says. What? Wow. What a day. Thanks for watching. And I know Star can use help, and I think they can get a hold of you on that page somehow. Not sure I have your email address on there, but I know you've got a YouTube page. Well, you go by this username that you show on your comments. Let's see where that is. Spelled like that, Earthika Stasi. URTHIKAH STAHSI. Now, it took me all these years to be able to spell Earthica, Earthica, and now I got to learn another way. Fortunately, they have autocomplete in most of those apps if you've already been there. I'd love to hear what your experiences are with this treatment, and what changes it brings about in your life, from this point forward. Um, and there are some of Star's testimonies already up at healthfitnesscapital.com, and the testimonies are in here. That's the wrong screen to share. Here it is. Oh. And then on here, there's a couple testimonials from people in here. Here, Earthica Star wrote, let's see if I can put this in bigger text. Joe Baker has been doing remote biofield tuning on me, using tuning forks to harmonize my frequencies and heal some of the physical, emotional, and mental trauma which has been ailing me, some new and some that I've been working on for many years. I hardly know where to begin, as he has worked on so many areas, but will attempt to make this a helpful synopsis. I had some very concerning pain in my kidney area for a number of months. Perhaps even years, which went away almost immediately during the first short session. That specific pain has not returned in over a month now. I injured my right hand a couple of years ago, wherein my fingers seized up and would not bend. It was extremely painful. Also sustained serious injuries to both shoulders quite some years ago, and the hand injury seemed to enrage the residual right shoulder trauma, causing a frozen shoulder condition that made it difficult to sit or sleep comfortably. Joe's tunings helped these conditions significantly, though they are still present, and my fingers still do not bend. The pain in my hand and the constant electrical pain that seemed to shoot down my arm from the neck through my shoulder to my armpit and now to my hand is diminished by about a certain number of percent, 25% since he worked in that area. Joe has focused on many of my fears and emotional past, where I had crying fits just out of the blue for decades. That rarely happens anymore, and if it does surface now and then, I find it is no longer out of my control. Recently, Joe began a new practice of designating his energy body to an allocated time dedicated to accompanying my energy body in its healing, wherein Joe can free up time for other things while his intent still resides with me during that allotment. I haven't done that in a while. Joe has worked on a mold toxicity condition, which almost took my last breath recently, and it manifested as a buzzing in my head, snapping, and percussive amplification of sounds, including my own breathing and the slighted vibrations. This condition has been happening for a couple of months solid with no real relief, and after our last session, it was miraculously reduced by about 50%. The subsequent session today reduced that annoyance again by perhaps another 20%. I have a lot of confidence in Joe's authenticity and integrity. We lived in the same house over a decade ago, and he was also practicing other forms of energy healing on me then, using copper rings organite, crystals, and vision. He is, I'm trying to remember what the vision was, what you meant about that. He is an amazing energy healer, and I cannot even begin to do justice to his abilities and his genuine love and compassion for healing others. I hope this will inspire you to experience his methods of healing, which can potentially bring a state of harmony to everything in your life, from physical, mental, emotional, and even spiritual affliction, and save you hundreds, if not thousands, of on doctor bills, and could even potentially save your life, as he has literally saved mine many times over. Joe accepts Bitcoin and other cryptos, which makes it easy for you to donate to his amazing work, which I encourage you all to support. Sincerely, Earthica Star. And there's other testimonials up here that I can do. She says, "Thank you. Your energy is highly valued." Um, let's see. I'm going to also put up the donation page. I know I have it here somewhere. So many of you know I do this kind of work free of charge to people online, and if people appreciate the work that I do and all, it's a great way to you know throw money into the gift economy in a way, and so there's that. I'm going to also see if I can do more than one screen here. I want to share this one. I want to share multiple. Cool. No sound. My sound went away. Unmuted. Okay. Okay, I think I got the sound back on. Really? You mean I clicked the mute button somehow? Man. There's just so many technical things to do on these broadcasts. And it's, man, it's like being a one-man band and hitting a drum and a horn and, a foot drum and all that kind of stuff all at the same time. So, oh well. I was reading the testimonials. At least I had them on the screen. Thanks, Roger. Donate. The subliminal message. Can I move this? Okay, well, there you go. Thanks, everybody. She says, I'm going to try the Free Melon app to do a show on YouTube. Hang on. I'm going to give you a link that helps, like if you happen to pay for it, if you use it, then I get a little kickback. You don't have to, but if you do, it's great. I sent it to your email, Earthica. Earthica. So you got it. You got it. It's on its way. Little link. It is handy to have these, these text things for doing titles, and there's ways to add other cameras and other guests. You can do a little reaction thing, like have some. Thank you. Or maybe you tell a joke or two, and people laugh. They don't all blend into each other, so yeah. Thanks, everybody. And we talked about all amazing things, like how the police attacked Star. Yeah. Well, we survived, and that's important. All right. Well, I gotta move this. Anyway, that's all for now, I guess, folks. I'm gonna go do something else. I don't know what. I'd like to do a recap of the history of Joe Baker's Remedy Report and talk about all the shows I've done and some of them that have been lost. YouTube, of course, took me down years ago, and I lost a lot of archives and a lot of history. And then LinkedIn shut me down, and Twitter shut me down. But then Elon Musk came in, and I asked for them to open it up, and they did. So that was a little win, seemingly. If I didn't have this ADD or whatever it is, I'd be I'd be owning LinkedIn right now. I'd be owning YouTube. But well, do what we can. Everything in time. See you tomorrow. Hopefully, I'm seeing about making a habit of this again. It'll be great. Bye for now. Oh, Roger says, I would like to affirm and attest to Joe being a quality human being and such in a law and such as in law, among other things. It's about intent. Does Joe intend on helping, hindering, or harming? From what I know, his intent is to help. I can also attest that he needs money as well. Thanks, Roger. And for that, I'll put the donation thing back on the screen. Why not, eh? So hopefully I'll get some mail. I need I I have to pay about $300 in credit card payments just to service my debt. It's about $5,000 or $6,000, and this platform for broadcasting that costs me about $17 a month. There's the opportunity cost of my time, which is like 3 hours a day times probably 20 days a month. That's a lot. And you can argue about what a person's time is worth. But I've done remarkable things in terms of really affecting people's kidneys. We had a kidney diagnosis that went way better in a 1 month time. And if we had worked on her liver as well, if I'd known the liver had been damaged as well, we could have worked on that too. So there's all sorts of things. And, it's just, I don't know. I think I create something that's worth a lot of value here. And it'd be nice to have people step forward to help me monetize it so I can do other things in life. I would prefer to not be, living in peonage. I mean, there's no getting ahead where I'm at right now. There's just no getting ahead. It's, I'm here. I'm doing all sorts of things around the house. I'm not getting any profit above just, my own upkeep and whatever. And maybe that's important, given my what may be my mental state of affairs. I really need to be helped and taken care of in some regards, I guess. And although I lived in Acapulco alone for a while money lasted, and yeah, I mean, just think of the show. I mean, I could be going around the world reporting on events and things that are going on, or just meeting people, and interviewing them and talking about their hopes, dreams, the the wonderful things of their past. And I don't know, it could be there's a lot of great could be's. Thank you for your comment, Roger. And thanks to Roger for inspiring me to do a broadcast like this, and and to Star for helping me through so many crazy things in the past, give me a place to go and stay, and to help them with their help be a part of the foreclosure case that really knocked the bank on their backhind. I mean, they had to go and file bankruptcy protection. That's a pretty remarkable achievement, to have been able to fight back against a bank and make the bank go into bankruptcy protection. What was it? GMAC? Home mortgage, they called it. GMAC home mortgage, I think. Yeah. And thanks to Cole for taking care of Star. And, thanks to all the listeners on this show that just continue to amaze me. We may not have a lot that are watching live, but there are a lot of people who, tap in and listen to this show from time to time, just to see if it's something that they like or not. I mean, we've got 14,000 followers on Facebook. That is a huge accomplishment. It's huge. And I've had videos that go upwards of, I can't prove this, but I think the one with the little nanobot worm thing on the toilet paper, as I call it, I think that one got like 200,000 views. It's just amazing. And Star's videos about the arrest of me and the illegal raid in Bakersfield, that was like 500,000 views, 500,000 views. And then the views that we did of the arrest of Star, and then that other fellow that came in, Impactful Videos, I think he calls one of his channels. I mean, that was about 500,000 views. So we're making a difference. We're getting a lot of this stuff addressed in the public. We're making a record of our objections to their business as a ordinary practice. I can't complete that sentence. I just can't. We object to their tyrannical treatment of us, basically. Is a way to rephrase it. Roger says the banks may have been filing that anyway, but it's good to know you guys may have helped it along, possibly. No, Alan had them on the ropes. He got the some high court in California to accept his perspective on this thing, that it was a case of first impressions. And so at that point, the banks went into bankruptcy protection, and Star was a creditor of the bank because she had them sign off on one of the back of the loan payments to contract terms where they owed her like $17 million. And so Star was a creditor of the bank, and they didn't even notice her in the bankruptcy filing. So no, man, Alan was all over their cases, and he was discovering things that they were doing in her case that were in everybody's case in California. So they were really on to the whole thing, but I think the personalities and the stress of it all was a little more. And the case of Bakersfield, attacking me and trying to kill me. There's every reason to believe that the motivation behind them arresting me that night and trying to kill me had to do with the foreclosure case that Starr and Allen were they were marshaling an amazing defense and I think even an offense in that case, in that matter. So it's clear to me that I was really helping out to probably one of the best mortgage foreclosure cases I could have helped out on in in the United States. I mean, there's other ones that actually won, but I think this one came the closest to actually achieving my desire of invalidating all the banks, all the mortgages that banks issue inside of the country and giving the houses to the people who live there free and clear. I mean, come on. Every mortgage that the banks issue, they're making like, geez, I forgot what the guy said, but it was on the order of like 12 times the face value of the mortgage is how much money the banks actually make from doing the mortgage. And this is without, any investment from their part. It's, they're basically taking all the money that they don't have and creating new loans with the other banks they have to pay, and they get real special favorable terms and interest rates. So their game has to come to a stop. This is what this financial implosion is about. It's partly about the banks are beginning to buckle from competition from things like Bitcoin. So like, go out and get you some Bitcoin today, won't you? And let's see. Roger thinks, I think the cop was dating the woman in the apartment building, or at least wanted to. Needed to get you out of the way to play hero and put a feather in his cap with the woman. Thank you, Roger. I appreciate your thought there. And the banks might have been filing that anyway. Yeah, we read that before. So I think we're done. That's it. I want to thank Roger for his help in producing the show. Not necessarily this show, but other ones we've done. We've got Eddie Craig coming back on Thursday, thanks to Roger and his connections with the guys at Rule of Law Radio Show. And I don't know, Roger, maybe you could get Starr on the Rule of Law Radio Show to talk about, her case out there. Maybe some of the strategists that are helping with her case. It'd be cool. Another friend of mine ran into that problem in Texas. Yeah, and Alan David, who comes on the show now and then, he got into law because of a jealous coworker at Pizza Hut, and they tried to set him up for like drunk driving or something. And oh my God, he got into it. He got into the law stuff, and I think he got the officer to leave the county and stuff. Some great stories Alan has. He's working on these books. He's going to tell so many stories from his life. And anyway, don't mean to belabor all that. But I sure am looking forward to reading those. If we could all just have the time to listen to stories about each other's lives, you know? Yep. Well, thanks everybody, and goodbye for now. See you tomorrow.